It wasn't directly in the eyes, in other words, right then, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I remember on that night, you talked on your, with your camera, some 50-odd minutes. There were two different body-worn camera settings. And you talked for a long time, but it seemed like that whole time you were what I call hocking, but you're clearing your voice, clearing your throat. Can you tell the jury why you would have been clearing your throat and catching your breath during that time frame?
So the pepper spray that they used at the time, it blinded you, obviously, and it also affected your breathing and closed up your sinuses, hence, hacking up, because, you're trying to get it out of your system. And if any of it's in your nose, they also tell you in the academy, to breathe it out your nose. If there's anything in your mouth, you got to get it out.
When you get a burst of that in your eyes, is it possible to see as good as you can see right now?
No, sir.
Matter of fact, but for a few feet in front of you, can you see anything?
No, sir.
And on that particular night, do you remember that intersection?
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody out there stopping traffic and saying, hey, y'all stop, we got to run across these 4 lanes of traffic?
No, sir, not that I remember.
And we were running out there in the dark, basically, after having some pepper spray in your eyes?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was a pretty difficult experience.
Yes, sir.
Now, at the academy, you have to get it directly in your eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your palm right there. Palm. Yes. This is the bad body. Tyre does play yonder, maybe approach. All right.
stand for recess.
The one went outside.
Stand here.
You want to sit down and answer your testimony. Have a seat about the computer. Jurors entering the courtroom. Y'all be seated. Mr. Memphis, sir, if you can come back around. Go ahead, stand up, circle, raise your right hand. So you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, sir.
Just have a seat, sir. When we adjourned yesterday, we were in the middle of cross-examination. Mr. Zumoff, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. Mr. Hemphill, I'm going to call your attention to a few things. One of the first things we're going to listen to are the dispatch radio recordings from the night in question. They've already been made, Your Honor, they've already been made, will be made part of a collective exhibit that the two officers are coordinating as we've been doing everything else. And for the record purposes, the entire audio is quite long, but I'm going to go to the 8-minute and 37-second mark, and I believe you as a witness will recognize what's happening. Okay, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
We're going to do it very similar to what we did yesterday as it relates to what you heard, et cetera, okay?
All right.
I'm going to hit pause. I'm at 100%. We ran into the same situation as Stingle yesterday. We'll try again. Before we go much further, can you hear that, Mr. Hemphill?
No, sir.
I even had Miss Tanisha help me. You can try a few more seconds, see if it gets better. The good news is we're not to anything, but were you able to hear that?
Very faintly, yes, sir.
All right, between the doors and the keys and I'm going to do the best. If you can't hear something, you just tell us, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now proceed, John. First of all, whose voice was that?
It sounds to be like Officer Martin.
Was that a recording from the night of the Tyre Nichols arrest?
Yes, sir.
And you said it sounds like Emmitt Martin?
Yes, sir.
Well, 38, where it rains, they're Ross. Hey, there was the voice. The patient's running down Ross.
You recognize that voice?
Yes, sir.
Whose voice was it?
It was my voice.
You're 2938, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Young male, black, blue bill, blue jeans, and hoodie.
Sounds to me like you're what?
Out of breath.
We earlier saw your body cam in the attempted arrest of Tyre Nichols at Ross and Range Road. Are these calls lined up with that time frame.
Yes, sir.
Is that why you're out of breath?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, family off. We like off.
By the way, we've heard that a few times. What is the dispatcher asking you
She's asking what were the charges.
on the pleading?
Suspect, yes, sir.
And do you recall an answer ever being given by you or anyone else to the dispatcher?
No, sir, not that I recall.
Do you know why? Do you know why you nor any of the officers announced to the dispatcher, MPD dispatcher, what the charges were? Slip your mind or what?
Yes, sir, it just slipped my mind. I wasn't even listening to the radio because at that point I was helping Haley.
Proceed again at 10 minutes and 29 seconds.
Yeah, the Scorpio unit will let us do it, but
Who was that?
It sounded like Officer Martin again,
And what is he asking?
asking if there were any other Scorpion units in the area
And to what?
and to start heading to this area.
Now, if that call goes out to you as a Scorpion team member or a Memphis police officer, what does that mean to you, for you to do?
You need to get there if possible.
Well,
If
if
you're not,
none of us are cops, you say if possible, what do you mean by if possible?
if you're not tied up on another call, if you're not in the middle of a traffic stop, you need to drop everything and head to that location.
What would happen if you decided, I'm not going to that call?
Realistically, other cops will start talking about you.
Would you be disciplined?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Back on at 10:36.
when I heard on the route.
Whose voice was that?
Sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
His number's 2931, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what was Justin Smith putting out on the dispatch?
That he was en route to that area to assist.
Back on at 10:45. Did you recognize that voice?
It sounded like Officer Mills.
And is that Mills saying he's on his way as well?
Is asking the dispatch for the last four of the CAD for, I assume, on a previous stop, and then he's going to head that way.
Okay, you're using acronyms, things like that. CAD is,
Computer automated dispatch. Anytime something happens to where the police are called, it generates an event number so that everything is in numerical order for what happened during that day.
and does that allow the officer to look on the CAD, the computer in the car, to find out what's next to do?
Yes, sir.
Back on at 10:56.
Negative 2938.
You're 38, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What were you asked?
She was asking if I still had eyes on the suspect.
What was your response?
Negative.
Back on at 11:27. Did you recognize that voice?
It sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
And what did Justin Smith ask?
Can we set up a perimeter?
What is a perimeter?
We know the location where the suspect was last seen. Can we get officers in that area to make sure that they're still somewhat in that neighborhood?
Back on at 11:40. I'm going to hit pause there at 11:49. The dispatcher said something about a radio call, all Scorpion cars. What did she say?
Can all Scorpion cars head to that location of Rings and Ross?
Did she use the word pull down?
Yes, sir.
What does pull down mean in cop language?
Pull down means can you just pull over where your partners are to assist them?
It's an officer needing assistance, go down.
Yes, sir.
Back on at 11:49.
And we got a car, set up a perimeter on their close guard.
That's Justin again asking the same question, right?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 11:59. What the dispatcher tell Justin in his request for perimeter.
That there weren't any more cars.
All right. Going on at 12:03. Whose voice was that?
That sounded like Officer Martin
The he that he's referring to is who?
and Mr. Nichols.
Moving on at 12:23.
Negative, we can saw him running down Ross.
That's you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're responding to Martin's call.
Yes, sir.
Who is 2933?
I believe that was Officer Martin.
And pursuant to policy, if a police officer uses one of his weapons, taser, spray, what are y'all supposed to do?
Yes. So per policy, we're supposed to alert a supervisor and call the fire department.
And that's what that call is about,
Yes, sir.
to inform dispatcher.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then if we're listening for your supervisor, that would be Lieutenant Wayne Smith, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And his number's 2901.
Yes, sir.
All right. Back on at 13. All right. I heard dispatcher call out 2901, and then I heard someone say check. Was that Lieutenant Wayne Smith?
Yes, sir.
Because we're not police officers, and I'm just asking, is that Dwayne Smith saying, hey, I heard that transmission?
Yes, sir. In police language, the word check is just an easy way just to say okay.
Moving on at 1311. Whose voice was that?
Officer Justin Smith
What's he telling dispatch to do?
to have the fire department head to that location based on the fact that he knows that at least pepper spray was used.
I got a silly question. You have a lieutenant being paid to be the supervisor. He didn't make that call, did he? The lieutenant.
And not that I can hear, no, sir.
I assume that you're hearing everything, okay?
Yes, sir.
Dispatch. Does dispatch know the policies and procedures of MPD that says if chemical spray is used to go ahead and roll fire department?
Yes, sir.
But that call appears to be Justin telling dispatcher to do it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving on at 1323. Your voice. Whose voice?
I wasn't able to hear that voice.
It's okay. We'll move on.
Correct, Officer Justin Smith.
And is the he that he's referring to the suspect?
Yes, sir.
Is it I'm just going to ask for my own edification. Is it my imagination that I'm hearing the cops call outs much clearer and louder than I hear the dispatcher, or is it just because the dispatcher, to your knowledge, is just a low talker?
I'm saying with you, the cops are coming through more clearly and dispatch is a little more mumbled.
And did you find that to be common as a roaming out there, that the dispatcher's kind of quiet and mumbled?
Yes, sir. There were times that we would have to tell dispatchers, hey, can you speak up or you're coming in muffled?
Okay. Moving on at 14:15.
Like a camouflage jacket, like a orange and red, and when we went out here,
Whose voice was that describing the suspect?
It sounds to be Officer Martin.
Back on at 14:40.
he took that far.
Is that also Emmitt Martin that we just heard?
Yes, sir.
Moving on, 14:48.
2938, did you also read that I deployed my taser?
And who was that?
That was my voice.
And what are you doing?
Just making sure again that the dispatcher knew that I used my taser.
Is that pursuant to policy?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 14:57. What'd she say?
She told me that she does have it written down on her system that I used my taser, and she does have the fire department en route.
Moving at 15:04. Just before I start. So at this point, Tyre Nichols has not been captured. Is that right?
I don't believe so. Yes, sir.
You haven't heard it on the radio, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. So at this point, at least from the radio standpoint, Mr. Nichols has not been captured or spotted.
Right. Correct.
And yet, you, Justin, and who knows, maybe somebody else, have let dispatcher know to get medical over there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
The first one happened to be Justin Smith, but then you did it as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And the officers, it sounds like to me, have reported to their supervisor the pepper spray, the taser, and a fleeing suspect to the supervisor through the dispatch radio system. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back on at 15:07. All right, whose voice was that?
Lieutenant Smith.
And what is Lieutenant Smith asking the dispatcher for?
Can she check to see if there's a K-9 officer available to help search the area?
Moving on, 15:19. Whose voice is that?
Sounds to be Officer Martin.
And whose tag is he asking to be run?
Mr. Nichols.
Moving on at 15:32.
I gave you a tag on it up here, you can, information on.
Is that Emmitt Martin?
Yes, sir.
Back on 15:49. Is that Emmitt Martin again?
Yes, sir.
And what is he asking the dispatcher for?
To run the tag, and can you get the address off of the tag?
Why is that helpful?
Because if the suspect lives near, they're possibly running to their house.
Doesn't that assume that the owner of that car is the one driving the car?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, did any officer out there know who was driving that car?
No, sir.
All right, moving on. 16:03.
Roll.
Whose voice was that?
Sounds to be Officer Mills.
And what's he saying? What's he communicating?
That he has located the suspect southbound on Ross, and then he said we're at Ross and what was the other street? I wasn't able to hear that.
I would suggest he says Ross and Cascade, but the question I want to ask you is, you know Mills' voice pretty well, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Is he pretty quiet, pretty calm, pretty laid back?
Yes, sir.
Did he sound pretty calm, laid back in that radio call?
No, sir.
What's it sound like to you, knowing Mills and the way he talked?
That he is running after somebody and needs other cars with him now.
Playing at 1632. What was that?
The dispatcher just repeating the address of Ross and Castlegate.
Is that for who to act upon?
Any officer that has a radio tuned into that frequency.
For which precinct?
Ridgeway Station.
In Ridgeway Station, is that a large precinct, several cars, several officers, what?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on, 1647. Do you know what that was?
I couldn't hear all of it.
Who was speaking?
It was the dispatcher.
Did you hear an address?
All I heard was Castlegate.
Would it help if I rewind it 10 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear about it that time?
Yes, sir.
There's an address on Cascade, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the dispatch responding to the earlier call on running that tag?
Yes, sir.
You sure of that?
Yes, sir.
Did he play at 1654? Whose voice was that?
Sounds like Officer Justin Smith.
How would you describe Justin Smith's voice in that radio call?
Just distressed and currently fighting with somebody.
And what is he asking for?
He needs more cars with him now.
He needs assistance.
Yes, sir.
Did he play at 1712? That's at 1720-ish. That's the dispatcher speaking. And what is she telling officers in the Ridgeway precinct?
Is there anyone available to assist with officers for the suspect that's resisting and running?
Playing at 1724. By the way, you mentioned earlier that if you're not really in the middle of anything, you're really doing a whole lot, you should go back on that call from dispatch to the entire precinct. What are the officers being ordered to do?
To head to that location if you're not stuck on anything.
I don't want to take issue with stuck on anything. What do you mean by stuck on anything?
You're not stuck waiting on a tow truck to tow a car that broke down in the middle of the road. You're not still on a traffic stop trying to issue a ticket for speeding. If you're sitting in a parking lot waiting for a call, you need to head to this location now.
Well, I'm going to throw a hypothetical at you. You're a Memphis police officer. If dispatcher says all cars pull over to 6547 Castlegate, you're saying that if you happen to be waiting on a tow truck, you can keep waiting on the tow truck, or you don't need to go give officer assistance?
Memphis PD would rather you wait for the tow truck because other officers would pick up the slack.
Moving forward at 17:27. Who's that?
I wasn't able to
That's
hear.
all right, move on. You probably couldn't make that out because I couldn't, right?
No, sir.
Moving on. Whose voice was that?
Sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
Wasn't quite as clear as before, was it?
No, sir.
Sound like he's actively engaged in something?
Yes, sir.
What's he doing?
He's still fighting with the suspect.
And sometimes, even though somebody makes a radio call out, you hear background noise. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear background noise on that call, or you want to hear it again?
Can I hear it again?
Sure. You actually heard two voices, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Is that the background noise I was talking about?
Yes, sir.
Could you make it out what the other person, the mystery person, was saying?
No, sir.
Hitting at 18:25. How about that? Did you hear that a little bit better in the background?
Yes, sir.
What did the person say in the background?
Give me your hands.
What did he say?
Can I hear it one more time?
Sure.
Give me your motherfucking hands.
So the call is Justin's voice going out, but you hear someone in the background saying, "Give me your motherfucking hands."
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea whose voice that was?
It sounds like Officer Martin.
That's dispatch calling for Justin.
Yes, sir.
Is it because she wants to know his exact location?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 18:51. Whose voice is that?
I wasn't able to tell by that voice.
You want to try again or not? Move on.
We can try one more.
All right. Whose voice was that?
That was Officer Haley.
He's 2935.
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 1931. Whose voice was that?
Sounds like Officer Mills.
How's he sound?
Out of breath.
Moving on at 1936. That was Mills again, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Moving on.
sounded like Officer Justin Smith.
I'll play it again, see if you hear anybody else in the background. Who's that?
That's Officer Smith still.
Did you happen to hear what intersection was that Justin Smith put out on the radio?
It sounded like Ross and Castlegate.
Okay. I'll leave it to the jury. Moving on at 2004. By the way, regardless of what he said, did it sound like he had his composure?
No, sir.
How long have you known Justin Smith?
About 3 months.
Would you describe him as a composed person?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 2004. Who was that?
Lieutenant Smith.
And was he confused, or could it be that Justin put out the wrong street name?
He sounded like he was confused how the dispatch was saying the street name.
Moving on at 2026. Whose voice was that?
Officer Mills.
Dispatch had actually called for Justin 2931 saying, give us your location again, and Mills answered. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that common?
Yes, sir.
If somebody's busy doing something important, another officer standing there can make a response. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And that's what happened there.
Yes, sir.
Mills responded, hitting play at 2041. All right, first of all, whose voice was that?
Officer Haley.
That's 2935.
Yes, sir.
And what was he telling dispatch?
Telling the dispatcher to go ahead and start the fire department because the suspect was pepper sprayed, tased, and everything.
By the way, you were back at Austin Range during these transmissions, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Were you listening to them?
Yes, sir.
And when you heard that transmission, did you draw any conclusions whether or not the suspect was in custody yet?
Normally when he called the fire department, it's the suspect's in custody.
Custody is defined as what, sir?
At least having the handcuffs on.
Handcuffs and anything else?
Under control.
How about searched?
Searched. Yes, sir.
By the way, at Rawson Range Road, did anybody search Tyre Nichols?
No, sir.
Moving on at 2125. I couldn't make that out. Did you?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
It was Officer Mills, also just advising that pepper spray was deployed.
Okay. So you can't say dispatch didn't know about all this, right?
Right, yes, sir.
And if I remember from your body cam yesterday, when engine 55 rolls up, which I think we're about to hear, when engine 55 rolls up, what do you tell the paramedics that get off the fire truck?
that the suspect was pepper sprayed and tased.
And did you mention to the paramedics that you had been hiding with the suspect?
Yes, sir.
So at least at this juncture, everybody on this radio frequency, MFD, everybody knows there's been a fight, there's tasing, spraying, fleeing. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
2134. And what was dispatch telling the officers right there?
She was telling 2935 that the fire department was already en route.
We're at 2140. Did he play? I didn't recognize it.
He said 55 is made over here with me. Okay. Capital City versus suspect over here.
Okay, my math is right. About 15 seconds went by from the time Haley said, pepper spray, tase, everything. You calling saying paramedics are on the scene with you at Rains and Ross. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what did I go to do here this?
Ah, so who's 2932?
2932. I don't remember
Did you hear what 2932 said?
that they have in custody.
Which is a little bit later than what we heard earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
We were at 2214 when the last police officer made that call. Moving forward.
Does the fire department need to come down to you, or are you bringing them back down here? Come down here, bring them down here.
All right. A little bit unusual to use a person's name on the radio. Is that right?
No, sir.
In deal. Whose voice was that speaking to you?
Justin Smith.
And what was he telling you?
He was just telling me that the fire department needs to come to them.
He'd already told you once, right?
No, sir. That was the only one that I can recall when he answered.
Okay. But does Justin sound to you, based on your knowledge of his voice inflection, be a little bit put out?
Yes, sir.
And he says, Hemphill just sitting down there, just sitting down here to us. Is that what he said?
Yes, sir.
And did you follow that direction?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, what rank, not title, but what rank did you have at the Memphis Police Department?
Just regular officer.
Okay. And how's that work? Patrolman 1, Patrolman 2, how's that work?
So you have patrolman probation, then you have regular patrolman, and at the time it was sergeant, lieutenant, and honor.
We'll stop at sergeant. Okay, so it's probationary, or whatever you call it, patrolman, and then sergeant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Justin Smith's rank at the time of this incident was what? Same as you?
Yes, sir.
Patrolman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're heading that way now.
All right. That was you
Yes, sir.
saying what?
That I'm sending the fire department that way now.
You have testified in numerous environments, FBI, Department of Justice, State of Tennessee, District Attorney's Office. You have given your statements, and some of those statements have been sworn to. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And let's just look at the sworn statements, sworn testimony that you've given. You were asked, and I'm asking you today, are you familiar with Justin Smith's reputation there at organized crime?
Not too familiar since I only do them 3 months.
Okay, we'll do it that way. Do you recall your sworn testimony when asked to describe Justin Smith's reputation and your opinion of him?
Very caring, laid back, and understanding.
And does kind and gentle ring a bell for you in front of the grand jury stating that about Desmond Smith?
Yes, sir.
Was that your testimony?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
It's very similar to what you just said. I just want to make sure you did, in fact, testify that way about Desmond Smith.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by kind and gentle? And did you say compassionate as well? What did you say?
Understanding.
Understanding. Yeah. Describe for the jury what you mean by kind, gentle, and understanding.
Anytime I had a question or anything, I would always ask him. He wouldn't ask questions. He would just help me out at the best of his abilities. There was a time where I was probably going to be sent off of the team because I wasn't producing stats. So he told me ride with him in his car for a couple days so he can help me get on track to doing what the Scorpion team needs to do.
He also gave you some advice about what officers to stay away from, too, didn't
Yes, sir.
he? Did you follow his advice?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment with my client? John. John, I'll pass the witness. All right. Very sad. You need this up? No. There you go.
Good morning.
My name is John Perry. I'm here on behalf of Tadarrius Bean. I think, other than you, Mr. Bean would have been the newest member of the Scorpion unit, like when you were on the Scorpion unit, right?
Yes, sir. If I recall, he was only there a little bit longer than me.
About a month longer,
Yeah.
And Mr. Zumach asked you a series of questions, so I'm not going to go through all of that. I'll probably be here about 5 minutes, but Mr. Zumach asked you before he sat down questions about how many different times you've talked and testified, etc. You've been pretty consistent, right?
Yes, sir.
You've been precisely consistent from day one about what happened, about your people on the team, right?
Yes, sir.
And part of that consistency, the questions weren't always as pleasant and laid out as Mr. Martin Zumach just asked you, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
And you had the opportunity to talk with members of the DA's office, right?
Yes, sir.
And those communications were recorded, right?
Yes, sir.
Those communications were pretty pleasant, and they just talked to you, asked questions, right?
Yes, sir.
There was no kind of browbeating, I'll call it, but was it?
Not too much, no, sir.
Yeah, it's a little bit different when you cross the street, right?
Yes, sir.
A little bit different when you're talking to the DOJ, right?
Yes, sir.
They try to, in particular, get you to change stories sometimes, right?
Yes, sir.
They use that same word, they browbeat you, right?
Yes, sir.
There was recorded transcript, 8 pages, where they tried to get you to change the fact that you heard somebody's hand on a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't change that, did you?
No, sir.
You also were asked questions during that same grand jury testimony regarding whether or not you knew Tadarrius Bean, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you characterized it in that testimony, and tell me if I'm wrong, it didn't talk much.
Right. Yes, sir.
He was a pretty quiet guy,
Yes, sir.
and he said that he seemed like a good officer, right?
Yes, sir.
He said he was shy and just handled his business the right way.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
true? Anything about him, and you were asked specifically during that same inquiry where I was talking about the 8 pages where they took you to the ringer about whether or not you heard a gun, you said you stuck to it, I heard it. In fact, that you did hear it, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you're asked those questions regarding Mr. Bean, he asked you specifically, have you ever known him to use excessive force? And did he have a reputation for using excessive force? Do you remember your answer?
Yes, sir.
And what was that answer?
I don't recall any excessive force or anything used by Officer Bean.
You ever heard any kind of problems regarding his character and his reputation in the LPD?
No, sir.
Just fair.
I said I was gonna be a few minutes, but it's gonna be just a few minutes longer.
All right.
Do you remember going through an exercise with Memphis Police Department where they sprayed your face with pepper spray?
Yes, sir.
What happened during that? Can you kind of talk to us about what that exercise is?
So that exercise to the police academy, they spray you with your own pepper spray. And the whole point of the exercise is you got to work through it. You can't just give up. So during that, they ask you a series of questions like what's your license plate number, how long have you been in Memphis. After that, you have to believe it was you had a training dummy laying on the ground. You have to try to handcuff them while you're still fighting pepper spray. And then there's also another training dummy where you have to do a few strikes to them to also, you still got to keep working through this pepper spray.
You were asked a couple times about pepper spray and how strong. Now, on that night, back January 7, 2023, when you're making a stop, you had been driving, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you at night, have you always worn glasses since you've been driving?
Yes, sir.
And on that particular night, did you have your glasses on?
Yes, sir.
And I remember you saying that you sprayed everybody, but yours hit the brow and up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did the brunt of it hit the eyeglasses during the time that he was spraying, if you remember?
If I remember, most of it hit my forehead and then it started going down.
Okay. So it wasn't directly in the eyes, in other words, right then, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I remember on that night, you talked on with your camera some 50-odd minutes. There were two different body-worn camera settings. And you talked for a long time, but it seemed like that whole time you were what I call hockey, but you're clearing your voice, clearing your throat. Can you tell the jury why you have been clearing your throat and catching your breath during that time frame?
So the pepper spray that they used at the time, it blinded you, obviously, and it also affected your breathing and closed up your sinuses. Hence, hacking up because you're trying to get it out of your system. And if any of it's in your nose, they also tell you in the academy, to breathe it out your nose. If there's anything in your mouth, you got to get it out.
When you get a burst of that in your eyes, is it possible to see as good as you can see right now?
No, sir.
Matter of fact, but for a few feet in front of you, can you see anything?
No, sir.
And on that particular night, you remember that intersection?
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody out there stopping traffic and saying, hey, y'all stop, we got to run across these 4 lanes of traffic?
No, sir, not that I remember.
Or were you running out there in the dark, basically, after having some pepper spray in your eyes?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was a pretty difficult experience.
Yes, sir.
Now, at the academy, you have to get it directly in your eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's play Young New Approach.
Court stands in recess.
Everyone went outside.
Please stand here.
You want to sit down, you can't answer the testimony.
questions real quickly. You were on the scene that night, and after the incident, you had at some point described it that this was similar to fighting Bad Bob. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by fighting Bad Bob? What is Bad Bob?
So Bad Bob is a training exercise that they do at the police academy. Like I said, they pepper spray you, and it's drills that you have to do so that you already know how strong pepper spray is, if it gets in your eyes, and how to work with it.
And what did they ask you to do after being sprayed when you were doing the Bad Bob exercise? Talk me through it.
So after they spray you, they first tell you, because when they spray you, your eyes are closed. And they tell you, well, we want you to take a couple blinks so that way it gets into your eyes and, they can tell when it hits. They then ask like a series of questions like your license plate number, where are you at right now, how long have you been living in Memphis, and then after you answer a series of questions, they then tell you to go, I believe it was, do a couple strikes to a dummy, so that way you're fighting with the dummy while you're still blinded with pepper spray. After you do a good couple strikes, they tell you to move on to the next station, which is a training dummy laying on the ground, and it's handcuffing the dummy also while you're blind.
Is it difficult to handcuff the dummy while you're blind?
Yes, sir.
And is it difficult as far as finding where Bad Bob is while you're blind?
Yes, sir.
And it is, according to what you said during that evening, that was pretty much similar to what you went through in actual real life that evening. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that a typical type of evening where you had text pepper spray in your eye and had to run across 4 lanes of traffic?
No, sir.
And was that one of the most difficult interactions that you had while you were with Memphis Police Department?
It was one of them, yes, sir.
And that was, and as you indicated, it put you all the way back in your frame of mind to being in the academy, having to deal with that law.
Yes, sir.
That's what it's done.
I'm not going to be too long, okay?
Yes, sir.
Like you said, I think you've talked to a lot of people.
Yes, sir.
I think you talked once. Is that right?
We spoke several times. Yes, sir.
Most probably.
Yes, sir. Something like that.
And you testified in a public grand jury once. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
I want to go back to the start. Like I said, I'm not trying to be long. I do want to go back to the start. Okay? And it makes sense to me because often as police officers, it would make sense for you to say we. I mean, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's just how we do it. If you're going to write an affidavit or complaint about what somebody did, you would say the person observed X, Y, Z, but it may have been other police officers that observed X, Y, Z.
Yes, sir.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That is how it's supposed to work, right?
Yes, sir.
And so it's not uncommon for you to say we and stuff like that. I want to separate, what you actually saw versus, the we. Okay?
All right.
All right. So we're on that night, and you said we saw Tyre Nichols speeding, but I want to take that apart. Okay? Who is it that saw something?
Officer Martin.
Okay. And you've been asked the question before whether or not you actually saw Tyre Nichols speeding, which was no. That it was also Martin that said he saw Tyre Nichols speeding. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked previously, so what did you actually see Tyre Nichols do? And your answer was it changed lanes without signaling.
Yes, sir.
Once or twice. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is a traffic violation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you see, how do you know that when Martin said, I see him speak, is that on the radio or something?
Yes, sir.
So you hear Officer Martin say on the radio, I see a car speeding over.
Yes, sir.
Did you see at that point Officer Martin activated his blue lights?
A couple of blocks up, yes, sir.
Couple blocks up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this car is ahead of y'all,
Yes, sir.
and is, at this point is Martin ahead of you,
Yes, sir.
and you're further back.
Martin's ahead of me. I'm in the middle, and Haley's behind me.
And you hadn't seen this car speeding,
No, sir.
but you've heard Martin say that.
Yes, sir.
You traveled some more blocks.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you said a couple or a few, whichever one, a couple or a few, and Martin activates his blue lights.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't keep his blue lights on, though, does he?
No, sir.
He flips them on pretty quickly,
Yes, sir.
and he continues to travel
Yes, sir.
for just a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he flips them off.
Yes, sir.
And then the car continues traveling.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we watched the video before of, as Mr. Schumacher said, the videographer did the round. Okay? But it sounds like it's not like Emmitt Martin had the blue lights on the whole time during his route, right?
All right. Yes, sir.
Blue light clip on. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but presumably the car that was speeding didn't stop.
All right. Yes,
Right?
sir.
I mean, even if you couldn't see it, it's pretty obvious it didn't stop, right?
Yes, sir.
The flick on the blue lights, that car didn't stop. Flick off blue lights.
Yes, sir.
And then at that point, what were y'all doing?
They were following Mr. Nichols.
They were following. Now, they weren't pursuing him, were they?
No, sir.
Because it's even against the policy to pursue the car for that offense, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so flick blue lights on, car didn't stop, flipping them off, and we're just gonna sort of follow the car.
Yes, sir.
That's sort of what's going on.
Yes, sir.
And while y'all are following the car, you see the car do the lane change once or twice without a turn signal.
Yes, sir.
You never see the car going on incoming traffic, do you?
No, sir.
You never see a car hopping the curb or anything like that.
No, sir.
Y'all are just following and catching back up.
Yes, sir.
Y'all do catch back up to
Yes, sir.
it. And when y'all do catch back up to it, blue lights come on.
Yes, sir.
And y'all are in cars that don't look like police cars, right?
No, sir.
They're like Dodge Chargers or something.
Yes, sir.
And they're not marked MPD or anything like that. They're probably black. They're black.
Mine was blue.
Dodge Chargers, the lights are even on the inside.
Yes, sir.
So it's just that those candle sort of light bulbs.
And I believe it had lights inside the grill on the front of the car.
Y'all catch back up to the car with blue lights back on.
Yes, sir.
Catch back up to the car's actually stopped, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it stopped in the left-hand turn lane
Yes, sir.
with the left-hand turn signal on.
I don't recall the turn signal on.
Left-hand turn on. All right?
Yes, sir.
Stop.
Yes, sir.
And this is the point where the traffic stop, the actual what we watched, begins. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've been asked about this traffic stop a bunch.
Yes, sir.
You know, fair to say, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever see, you've been asked these questions before, did you ever see Tyre Nichols take a swing at anybody during this traffic stop?
No, sir.
No, sir. Did you ever see him punch somebody during this traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did you ever see him kick anybody during this traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did he ever cuss at y'all during the traffic stop?
No, sir.
Did he ever spit at y'all during the traffic stop?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Did he ever threaten y'all during the traffic stop?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
In fact, you actually described what he did as politely resisting.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And you've been previously asked, well, what did y'all do, right?
Yes, sir.
You get out of the the car with your gun drawn, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Until you put it up,
Yes, sir.
is that correct? At some point during this conversation, you pressed the taser up to his leg or something?
Yes, sir.
But at that point, the electricity is not on the taser.
Correct.
I'm not trying to say you taser.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you just had the taser pressed up to him.
Yes, sir.
You say something to the, akin to, I'm gonna tase your ass or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Who says, I'm gonna break your shit?
I believe that was Officer Haley.
All right, so tase your ass, I'm gonna break your shit. He has been, thrown's not the right word. How was he taken to the ground?
I don't recall how he was taken to the ground. I just know we were on the ground.
We saw how he was taken out of the car. Though.
Yes, sir.
So he's taken out of the car, would you say forcefully?
Yes, sir.
You had told an officer on the scene that he was persuaded to get out of the car.
Yes, sir.
Persuaded to me sounds like there was a negotiation and, ultimately he was persuaded to get out of the car. But he wasn't persuaded, was he?
No, sir.
He was forcefully taken in the car.
Yes, sir.
On the ground,
Yes, sir.
he is being yelled at,
Yes, sir.
he is being threatened.
Yes, sir.
And you do have the taser weapon up to his body.
Yes, sir.
And he is also pepper spray.
Not yet at that point.
At some point in this.
Yes, sir.
At some point in this, he's pepper spray.
Yes, sir.
Before he runs away.
Yes, sir.
And that's actually, that's the point we're going up to, the point he runs away. Okay. You've been asked previously, well, is it possible that all that stuff, all those actions, is what made Tyre Nichols run away?
Objection, calls for speculation.
He's been asked this question previously. In his prior testimony.
Correct testimony at the hearing. Right now, the attorney for
Yes, sir.
Threatened to break his ship, correct?
Yes, sir.
Threatened to tase his ass.
Yes, sir.
Pepper spray.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Nichols runs away.
Yes, sir.
You heard Officer Martin say something, and I'll put words. Well, what did you hear Officer Martin say when Tyre was being forced to away from the car?
To let go of his gun.
To let go of his gun.
Yes, sir.
And to be clear, you asked some questions. I knew that was permitted. You didn't hear anybody grab the gun.
No, correct. I
You
just
didn't
heard
hear
Mark
a
say.
hand hitting metal or something.
Right, correct.
You heard Officer Martin say,
Let go of my gun.
let go. Did you see Tyre Nichols grab for his gun?
No, sir.
You just heard Mark say that.
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not Tyre Nichols actually grabbed his gun?
No, sir.
Did you in fact speak with Officer Martin after this incident?
Yes, sir.
Did that cause you more doubt as to whether or not Tyre Nichols actually grabbed for his gun?
No, sir. I was just asking Martin if I heard what I thought I heard.
Was reference made that it could have been something just tugging on his belt?
Later on, Martin did say that.
Which is entirely different, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was hearing that as to why Tyre was thrown on the ground.
Yes, sir.
And how this all went so forceful. You admit it was forceful.
Yes, sir.
So quick.
Yes, sir.
With an individual who testified before wasn't even fighting y'all. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You described him as resisting, to be fair, correct?
Yes, sir.
You described it as polite resistance, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you were very clear that you would not consider that fighting.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yet he was threatened, yet he was pepper spraying. And as he ran off, he was at his taser, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you never went from there to the scene of the criminal activity, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
However, when we watch the body camera again, we heard you tell somebody, I hope they stomp his ass.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
You regret that comment.
Yes, sir.
If we watch more video later, we see another comment about Tyre's face and how he looks after this happens, correct?
Yes, sir.
You regret that comment too.
Yes, sir.
But would you acknowledge that I hope they stomp his ass? There's something to that.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard in this police department of the term or the phrase or the concept of, some sort of street tax or some sort of street justice for somebody that runs for the police?
Not just for Memphis police. Yes, sir.
More generally, yeah, not just.
Just police in general.
You grew up wanting to be a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've heard this before.
Yes, sir.
Correct. You've described, or have you described before, have you heard, especially from older officers?
Yes, sir.
I think you told me, I think you may say that officers that don't want to get out of cars anymore. Or whatever.
Right. Yes, sir.
That old school, you hear them talking about the street tax.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Nowadays, it's not talked about in terms of street tax, is it?
No, sir.
Is there talk among the officers, though, that if somebody runs and you hit them, that is a chance to get one punch in?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Do you want to try to get in more than one punch?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because then it's too much.
One punch is justice for running.
No, sir.
Well, what is it?
Just put handcuffs on them.
Just put handcuffs.
Get them under control. Yes, sir.
Well, prior you've been asked if somebody runs, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is common for officers, not common. And sometimes officers try to get a little, use your word, street justice.
Yes, sir.
And you have acknowledged that one punch may be, I don't want to say acceptable, but let's say acceptable.
Possibly, yes, sir.
For more than one punch on itself.
Yes, sir.
And I think even we talk, a punch can also be called pieces, right? A piece.
Yes, sir.
So one piece, a lot of pieces of problem.
Right. Yes, sir.
Ultimately, you watched that Sky Cop video, didn't
Yes, sir.
you? Is that the stomping that you were hoping for?
No, sir.
Was that beyond anything?
Sir, can you repeat
Is
that?
that beyond anything you were hoping
Yes, sir.
That's all, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You talked, Mr. Hackman just asked you about Officer Martin seeing the blue Nissan Sentra speeding, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you relied on that to initiate the stop, or participate in initiating the stop, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you hadn't seen speeding at that point.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct that you did see traffic violations by that blue Nissan Sentra?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is his witness, Mrs. Lee.
Thank you. What traffic violations did you see the blue Nissan Sentra engage in on the riverbank?
Fleeing from the police and multiple lane changes without blinking.
And did you see traffic violations by the Sentra on Rains after the turn?
No, sir.
You were asked by Mr. Subak about your speed and looking at your speedometer while watching the video. Yes, you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what speed you reached on the Rains?
About 60 miles an hour.
And your body room camera showed Garmin that you had in windshield, correct?
Yes, sir.
What does the Garmin, what does it show when you're exceeding the speed limit?
It turns bright red in the bottom left corner.
Now, did you see Demetrius Haley used soft, empty hands control as part of that stop?
Yes, sir.
When?
When you pulled Mr. Nichols out of the car.
And did you hear Emmitt Martin say, I felt somebody tug on my belt during the traffic stop?
Later on, yes, sir.
During the traffic stop, what did you hear Martin say?
Let go of my gun.
And you reacted to that.
Yes, sir.
At the traffic stop, did he ever say anything about tugging on his belt?
No, sir.
And it's what was said during the stop that was important, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to, you're trained to assess the threat at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Again, Judge, I think Mrs. Witness and Mrs. Lee.
Great questions.
You're all right, anything.
Fair.
You were asked a few moments ago about you growing up wanting to be a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had family members high up in the police department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you ended up reaching that goal as a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know the term street taxes, Mr. Harry asked a few moments ago.
Yes, sir.
And you also were asked questions about having talked across the street at the federal building, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you talked across the street at the federal building, now you said, he asked you something about testifying one time in front of the grand jury, right?
Yes, sir.
But you actually met over there a number of times, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked times and again about Mr. Bean as it relates to street tax, as well as everybody else on that was part of the court, right?
Yes, sir.
And am I correct in your statement that you never heard Mr. Bean refer to a street tax?
Right. Yes, sir.
And you never heard Mr. Bean administering a street tax to anybody, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you were asked questions about seeing videos. And you saw videos eventually over 302, engaged in a statement, I guess called a 302, right? You know what a 302 is? You don't.
No, sir.
All right. You did give statements to the feds, to the federal, I guess to the Department of Justice and members of the U.S. Attorney's Office. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you might not, if you haven't seen them, don't worry about it, but did you ever see a typed up form of the statements that you gave?
Not that I recall.
All right. Do you remember that you were eventually shown videos regarding the incident?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were first asked questions, you weren't shown any videos, right?
Not that I remember. No, sir.
Right, but when they did show you videos, you said yourself that it looked like Mr. Bean was just trying to get him into handcuffs, right?
Yes, sir.
And you, according to what you said at that time, said that it didn't seem like he's doing anything wrong when you're looking at the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else from the state?
Yeah, I don't know what points the videos we're talking about. He wasn't doing anything wrong. We're talking about the point of the video when Mr. Smith pressing Mr. Nichols down and Mr. Martin's soccer kicks Tyre Nichols.
They weren't talking about Mr. Martin.
Okay. So they were just asking about the movements of Mr.
I was talking about Mr. Perry was only asked about Mr. B.
Soccer kicks and all.
Yes, sir.
All those hits to the post and all.
Yes, sir.
Those kicks after everybody on the ground and all.
Yes, sir.
Anything else from the witness? Like now the attorney's approved.
on the right of your line. Jordan Wright.
Sure, you saw me swear affirm the testimony you gave today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. It's gonna need to spit out of you guys. All right, thank you.
Good morning. Would you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
This is Jordan, Jordan, Riley, Riley.
Mr. Riley, have you ever been the victim of a theft?
Yes.
You would tell the jury when and what happened.
About almost, well, not quite 3 years ago, around October. It would have been right around Halloween, actually the night after Halloween. I, of course, was at the house I was living in at that time. We had some friends over for, of course, a Halloween party. Everybody left. The next day, one of the friends that was there lived down the road, drove by the house and called and said, "Hey, there's glass all around your car." Of course, at that point, I go outside and I look at it, and of course, my window had been busted out and a car had been ran through. So,
Halloween of what year?
would have been 22.
And what was stolen from your car?
Of course, my wallet, which of course had money in it, some debit cards, and some old IDs and stuff like that that I didn't really use anymore on a consistent basis. And of course, I did have an everyday carry, as I do have my my concealed carry license, and it was a Ruger LCP Max.
I'm going to approach past Exhibit 29 to the witness and ask you to flip through those pictures, Mr. Riley.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize anything in those pictures?
Yes.
What do you recognize? Well, does any of that depict things that were stolen from your car that night?
Yeah, the last one.
And what is that?
That would be my high school student ID card.
And for what high school was it?
Paducah Tillman.
Is that what you're talking about was stolen from your car Halloween night 2022?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Tyre Nichols?
I have no knowledge of him or any association to him.
Did Tyre Nichols have your permission to have any of your property at any point?
No, I've never met him.
I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Mr. Dumont.
Sir, you've seen your photo ID. Is this one of the first times you ever seen that photo ID since the night it was stolen?
That's the last time I've seen it, like, as far as, it being in possession of somewhere.
And you did do a police report. I don't know if you covered that. Did you do a police report on this break-in?
Yes, I did.
And were those items listed in the police report that you were missing?
That was included in the wallet that I told them that it was stolen.
Have you been contacted by law enforcement or family members of anyone at all to say, hey, we have your photo ID?
No.
That's all I have.
Very. State.
Do you know the name Keyshawn Ayers?
Who?
Keyshawn Ayers.
No.
You aware that he was arrested, prosecuted, and pled guilty to a series of car break-ins on that Halloween night in that neighborhood?
I do not. I never got any update
That
on
neighborhood,
it. No, sir.
You have no idea how your ID ended up in Tyre Nichols' car?
None at all. I went to sleep that night after, of course, hanging out with some friends, and then woke up the next morning and had to file a police report and everything. And then had to be at work the next hour, so.
And how years later you find out somehow that car ended up in Tyre Nichols' car?
Yeah. Just finding out all this.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Anything else of this witness?
No.
All right, so those are all the questions we have for you. Step down for you.
See, this is Officer Greg Turner.
So I swear affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. All right, please have a seat.
please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory, last name Turner, GREGORYTURNER.
And are you currently employed with the Memphis Police Department?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what precinct are you in?
I'm at Range Precinct,
And how long have you been with the Memphis Police Department?
14 years.
And during those 14 years, have you come into contact with Tadarrius Bean?
Yes.
How did you come into contact with Tadarrius Bean?
I was his primary FTO,
And can you tell this jury what an FTO is?
field training officer.
And how does that FTO program work?
When he comes out the academy, he get assigned an FTO, which I was assigned him. It works in phases. We have 4 phases. He comes with me first phase, 30 days. Go to another FTO in the second and third phase for 30 days each. And then he'll come back to me for the 4th phase until he finish up his main days.
And during that time frame after being an FTO, let me step back. You said you were his FTO for 2 of those 4 phases.
Yes, sir.
And so you were the first phase and then the last phase.
Yes, sir. 4 phase.
And after the 2 terms as FTO, did you still work in the same precinct with Mr. Bean?
Yes, sir.
And this would have been around the year 2020 to 2022.
Yes, around that time. I can't say what time. I think like 2021, 22, somewhere around
And from your memory, do you remember Mr. Bean going from your precinct to the Scorpion unit?
I remember, yes. I remember he told me he was joining that unit over there.
And to your understanding, was that an application process, or did you get picked for that unit?
You get picked off the merit of your work, what kind of work activity you have, good work effort and stuff. So.
And so both as your field training officer time frame and during that 2-year period, y'all were still working out of the same precinct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Can you tell this jury about the officer you know as Tadarrius Bean?
Tadarrius, he's a home guy, well-mannered, listen. He's probably one of my favorite trainees, as we call him. He went above and beyond. I didn't have to repeat myself twice, which I really respected in him. Superb young fellow. When I had been causing me into trouble, constantly, listened to me, listened to my guidance, and understood where I was coming from. And just overall, just a good young man during that time that I had.
Yeah. During the time that he would have been assigned to you, he was right out of college. Did you know that?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right. And he had, so he would have been around 21, 22 years old.
Yeah.
Pretty young guy.
Young. Yes, sir.
As a young man, did he take his job seriously and show maturity?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. At that age, I wouldn't have thought he was 21 at that time.
In other words, was he getting himself together, or was he got together?
He was put together. He was well put together. Yes, sir.
And is there any critiques as far as his character that you have and his reputation in that precinct and in the Memphis Police Department?
His reputation was good officer. That's how you can come involved with that unit that he went to as being a good, prudent officer on the streets.
And you don't have any critiques of his character at all?
No, sir. No.
Back to witness.
No, sir. How about the Your Honor?
Just briefly. Mr. Turner, you said you worked with Mr. Bean 2 years, 90 days. Sound about right?
I know I trained with him for probably 60 days, maybe or about 50, 60 days. But we worked together once he finished his phases. We worked together until he had a year on. He had a year, so that's when he came out of probation. So I can't remember when he technically went to the unit, but I know shortly after he came off probation, he went there. So.
And in that time you knew him to be, you said, a good guy.
Yeah, yeah.
But you would agree with me, good people can make bad choices, right?
Yeah.
That's all I have, Judge.
Anything else for this witness?
I don't have anything further.
So those are all the questions we have for us, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Next witness.
Next I'm going to call
Taylor.
Sir, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I see, sir.
That's it, John. Mr. Taylor, will you please state and spell your full name for this court?
Kevion Taylor, K-E-V as in Victor, E-O-N, last name Taylor, T-A-Y-L-O-R.
And, Mr. Taylor, what's your current occupation?
I'm a pastor of a church and I'm an attorney.
And, you're licensed in the state of Mississippi?
I am, yes, sir.
And do you know a person by the name of Tadarrius Bean?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how long have you known Mr. Bean?
I've known Mr. Bean for about 7 years.
Now, you said you're an attorney. You met Mr. Bean 7 years ago. Where did you meet Mr. Bean?
I met Mr. Bean while we were students at the University of Mississippi.
And at that time, how did you first come into contact with him?
I came into contact with him when he wanted to join a fraternity on campus. I was a chapter president of that fraternity, and he was one of the applicants, and I got to observe him and get to know him from that point.
And you said you got to observe him. Prior to being a student at the University of Mississippi, had you had any military service?
Yes, sir. I enlisted in the Mississippi Army National Guard when I was in high school, served all through undergrad and law school as well.
Are you also trained as a firefighter?
Yes, sir. I'm a certified fireman in the state of Mississippi. I joined the volunteer department when I was 15 years old, and then when I got to college, I joined the department in Lafayette County as well, and I served all through college.
And so you've been in contact with people that have to serve as a team. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And in your experience as a firefighter, experience in the military, experience with your fraternity, in your observation of Mr. Bean, how would you describe his character based off of your background and experience?
I would say he's humble. I'd say he's a man of integrity. I'd say he's a man of the truth. And he's a friend, I would say.
And when you describe the integrity that he has, was there a particular situation that occurred while he was in, you said that you were your chapter's president, did Mr. Bean ever serve while you would have been in law school as the president of that same chapter?
He did, actually. So the year after I ceased being the president of the chapter, Tadarrius Bean became the chapter president.
And was there a situation where his character would have been tested at least?
Absolutely. We had some chapter members who took some funds out of the chapter account that they were not authorized to take in sum of over $3,000. Bean and I found out about it. Of course, I wasn't chapter president at the time, but he let me know, and I stopped what I was doing. He stopped what he was doing. We went to the bank immediately, and we rectified the situation, and that included confronting those members that had committed that wrong and letting everybody else know when it happened.
And is there anything about his personality, character, etc., that would lead you as a member of the bar, man of the cloth, etc., from coming to this court and testifying to this jury regarding that man's character, that would give you problems about doing that?
Absolutely not. As you know, as a member of the bar, as a fireman, as a military officer, and a member of the cloth, I have raised my hand and taken oaths like all the other officers of this court have done, and I take my oath seriously because I know that there is another judge just judging on whether or not when we tell the truth or not. So absolutely not. There's nothing that gives me reprehension about being a witness on his behalf.
Good man.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
All right. Saying nothing, Your Honor. Come on up, Your Honor. Stay.
Tony, you said in that incident that you and Mr. Perry were just talking about where the money was stolen, Bean was the president at that time,
Yes, ma'am.
and the money was taken, and he notified you immediately,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You all rectified that situation immediately,
Yes, ma'am.
and you all confronted the people who did something immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
So he does know how to do all those things, right?
I would assume so.
That's all I have.
No problem.
All right, thanks, sir.
The court would call for Brian McKinney.
Sir, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, pass these, sir. Proceed.
Mr. McKinney, will you state and spell the full name for the court?
Bryant McKinney, Bryant, McKinney, McKinney.
Mr. McKinney, currently you work in corporate security,
Yes, sir. I'm in corporate security leadership.
and McKinney, did you go through the police academy with Mr. Tadarrius Bean?
Yes, sir. I did.
Do you remember what class that would have been?
133rd.
And you, did you know Mr. Bean prior to going through the academy?
No, sir. I did not.
And after the academy, did you all maintain friendship?
Yes, sir. We did.
And in your experience while in the academy and subsequent to the academy, did you work with the MPD after coming out of the academy?
Yes, sir.
And that's not going to amplify your voice. The court reporter is just reporting this. You don't have to.
Okay. Thank you. Good to know.
And you speak up well, just keep your voice up.
Understood.
You worked with MPD after coming out of the academy?
Yes, sir.
Were you all in the same precinct at the time?
No, sir.
And you indicated that y'all did go through the academy together. Can you describe Mr. Bean as a student in that academy?
As a student in the academy, he was always prepared, always seeking to try to help people throughout the academy when we were doing physical fitness or tests or anything like that. He always just had a mild-mannered mentality and always kept a level head to try to just help others just be the best they could.
If somebody came up and said, man, Bean's such a loud mouth, I can't believe it. Would that shock you?
It would definitely shock me.
He's been a pretty quiet guy.
Yes, he is.
And would you consider him a serious guy?
When serious matters arise, yes.
There's a sense of humor, but he
Right, yes. I always got a sense of humor.
did he take his job and what you all were trying to do as law enforcement officers to be at that time? Did he take that seriously?
He did. He honestly did. He felt that the job was very serious and there was a need to kind of help keep the city safe and play his part in doing so.
Now, after, when you came out of the academy, did you all keep in contact with each other?
Yes, sir, we did.
We're still friends to this day, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Now, would you describe Mr. Bean as a person just kind of on his own program, or did Mr. Bean try to follow the book, the man by the book?
Definitely a man by the book.
And when you say by the book, do you have an example of how by the book Mr. Bean is?
Yes, sir, I do. When he first gave me the call that he got to OCU, it was a great time for him because he got a take-home car as well. And during that time, he was having some vehicle maintenance issues. And he called me. He was like, do you mind taking me to get something to eat? Because we stayed in close proximity. And I was like, why? You have a take-home car. He was like, well, no, we can't use a take-home car if it's not work duties. And so I had to go pick him up and take him up the street, even though he had a take-home car, but he was by the book no matter what it calls for. He didn't use his badge or anything given from the department to, for his own benefit.
You had to run him, you had to go to his house, run him to the burger store or whatever to get a hamburger. Because and he had a car outside that OCU had.
Yes, sir.
And that's how by the book he is.
Yes, sir.
Is that how he's always been since you've known him?
Yes, sir, and to this day.
Did you have any problem if you had to serve in policing the same way with him at this point, with him being an officer with you?
No, sir, I would have no problem.
Anything about his character that you have that, criticism of?
No, sir, you never have to second guess him.
Now, a few months ago, I asked you about being in the academy. Did you go through an exercise in the academy called Bad Bob?
Yes, sir, I did.
What is the Bad Bob exercise?
It's an exercise where we were in the gym, if I remember correctly, and we were pepper sprayed. And we were pepper sprayed. They asked us a series of questions, some related to what is our tag number, and to give the chemical agent some time to kind of really sit in. And after that, we were asked to run down the court and grab a kind of like a dummy that weighed a certain amount of pounds and hit the dummy, if I'm not mistaken, until the dummy stopped resisting, and then we were asked to then try to handcuff the dummy.
Is that a part of an exercise that could go into your muscle memory? In other words, if you're in a situation like that, that would help you if you are facing somebody resisting?
Yes, sir.
And if you are faced with being pepper sprayed trying to arrest a person, does that create any difficulties?
Yes, sir. It was still even difficult. They had the videos, but it was still even difficult on a dummy that wasn't moving when we were doing that training exercise.
I'm going to pull up a video and I'm going to ask you if you can identify. Yes, Your Honor. This is you know. It's him. All right. Thank you. Now, see, can you identify for this jury who that person is?
That's myself. Yes, sir.
And is this prior to you being hit in the face with pepper spray?
At this point, I think we pressed play right when they're about to spray me, if I'm not mistaken.
And go ahead, you can just watch it.
Yeah, that's when they sprayed me.
You couldn't find him. Pause it. Little pain, a lot of pain.
A lot of pain.
If you recall, are they saying anything to you this time?
Yeah, I think they started asking me questions about my tag number, driver license number. Then they kind of told me to gather myself so that I can.
You remember them telling you to go fight Bad Bob?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they asked me to point to him.
You remember what you're saying during this time?
Stop resisting.
Stop resisting, stop resisting. And
Mr. Singleton, use the time.
I apologize. I didn't. 1:20. He started this time. For the record, yeah, you say for the record.
Video started at 12:22. Stopped at 13:55.
All right, thank you. Now, even today, that would have been, what, about 4 or 5 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that experience to this day?
Yes, sir.
Somebody says that, hey, will you do bad Bob for us in front of the jury? Would that be something that you want to come in here and do?
Not at all.
Now, during that exercise, you're allowed to put one hand over one eye, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're also advised to close the other eye that is being sprayed into, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's somewhat different than if you have your eyes open and somebody sprays, right?
That's correct.
You think it would have been more intense had you had your eyes open and got a direct spray?
Yes, sir. And to be honest, I still tried to time and close my other eye.
And so, just as a recap, as far as Mr. Bean's character, you have no criticisms, right?
No whatsoever.
All right. And then the second phase, being pepper sprayed and being asked to stop a person that's resisting, and then subsequently, it's not captured on there, but you also have to put handcuffs onto something, right?
Correct.
Is that difficult, even in a controlled environment?
Extremely.
Very briefly, Mr. McKinney, you sprayed in one eye at the academy, correct?
Correct.
And the other eye closed.
Yes, sir.
And it looked like, were you pinching your nose so you didn't inhale the pepper spray?
Yes, we were told, if I remember correctly, to kind of cover the nose area.
And they sprayed a closed eye.
Well, I was supposed to be open, but yes.
And then you had to blink.
Yes, blink to get it in the eye. Yes, sir.
That experiment that you did with the Memphis Police Department as part of your training, prior to them squirting you in the eye with one squirt, were things tense? Were you scared?
Yes, sir. I was scared. It felt like sand, burning sand in your eye.
Listen to my question. Before they squirted you in the eye, was your life in jeopardy? Were you scared of anything?
No, sir.
And then you get squirted, you know you have all your friends around you, you have your instructors around you. Did you then panic once you did get shot in the eye with the pepper spray?
I did.
That's all I have.
Did you see an officer McKinney?
No. No.
Okay. When you were going through bad Bob, this was a training exercise, right?
Yes.
And it was supposed to help you all be able to withstand the effects of pepper spray, correct?
To get lifelike experience as close as possible.
Gotcha. And so, you only did bad Bob one time in the academy, is that right?
That's correct.
So you're not repeating bad Bob over and over, are you?
Correct.
And are you telling the jury that Memphis Police Department said, hey, when you get out in the street, punch people in the head? You're not saying it, right?
That's correct. They didn't say that.
They never told you out in the street to kick people in the head, did they?
No.
Just as I have.
Briefly, just because Justin asked those two questions. Did anybody say, hey, this is a disclaimer as it relates to bad Bob, don't fight a resistor like this?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Did anybody while you're in the academy say this is not the way to actually try to stop somebody resisting? Did they say that to you?
No, sir.
As a matter of fact, did they advise or encourage you to strike bad Bob with a lot of force?
They did.
And that was during the time that they sprayed you, correct?
Correct.
And then after striking him with force, you were asked to put the handcuffs on.
Correct.
Anything else for this witness?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're lunching en route, not here. We're going to go ahead and excuse you all for lunch at this time. If you can please make sure you leave notes in your chairs. Please do not set the gate. We'll call you back in as soon as we are ready. Jurors will be excused.
Ms. Haley calls Dr. Jane Turner.
Now, please don't swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth that help you God. All right, please have these two forms.
Tell us your name and spell your name for the court report, please.
My name is Dr. Jane Turner, Janeturner.
And you said Dr. Jane Turner. What's your occupation?
I'm a physician. I'm a trained forensic pathologist.
And my office contacted you about this case. What did we ask you to do?
You asked me to review materials related to the death of Mr. Tyre Nichols and to tell you my opinion as to the cause of his death.
And what in your background qualifies you to give opinion testimony on that issue?
I'm a board-certified forensic pathologist. I've practiced for over 25 years. I've performed well over 5,000 autopsy examinations, including autopsies in individuals who've had head injuries from assaults, motor vehicle accidents, gunshot wounds, falls. I've also given lectures on traumatic brain injury.
And I think you went to medical school somewhere.
I did. I went to St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And is that where you live now, in St. Louis?
Yes.
Have you ever been called upon to give this type of expert testimony before?
Yes.
How many occasions?
With depositions and trials well over 200 times.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness to document? Dr. Turner, what is that you have in your hands in front of you?
It's my curriculum vitae, which is essentially a resume.
And is that up to date?
This is from November 2024, so it's close.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, we would move that as the first exhibit for Dr. Turner.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Show the 23-page CD of Dr. Turner's exhibit 33.
Dr. Turner, could you sort of walk us through the steps you go through in order to make a determination about the cause of death?
I review records provided to me, police investigative reports, and in this case, videos. I also review medical records and the autopsy report and autopsy photographs and some trial transcripts.
And is that all the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
And what did you find out from that?
That Mr. Nichols was assaulted. He was struck in the head. He was unsteady on his feet after that. He was eventually attended to by emergency medical services and taken to the hospital, where he was already showing signs of shock. He was initially had no pulse, no blood pressure, wasn't breathing, so urgent care was administered to him, including intubating and putting a tube into his airway so that he could have his breathing supported. And he was administered medicines to help his heart function better, and he was subjected to imaging studies to determine why he had cardiac arrest.
What kind of imaging studies?
He had a CT scan without contrast of the head. He also had CT scans without contrast of the chest and neck. He had a repeat CT scan a few days later. Repeat CT scan of the head a few days later.
What were the results of those scans?
The results showed that of the head, that he did have soft tissue injury of his scalp from the assault, but he didn't have any skull fractures. He didn't have any bleeding around the brain or in the brain. There was no real evidence on imaging that he had brain injury, and yet clinically he had myoclonic activity. It's a type of seizure, and that activity was improved when he was given anti-seizure medication.
And what else did you find out from the medical records?
He had shock affecting all the major organ systems, so his brain wasn't functioning, his lungs weren't functioning, he had to be on a respirator. His liver went into shock. It was described clinically as shock liver. His kidneys were shutting down, such that...
You use the term shock a lot. What do you mean by that?
The shock means when your body reacts to an insult to the system. There's septic shock. That's when you have an infection and your body overreacts to the presence of that infection. In this instance, Mr. Nichols had neurogenic shock. He had a reaction to the head injury, and that caused his body to overreact to that injury by his heart failing, his lungs failing, his liver failing, his kidneys failing.
And did you also review the autopsy that Dr. Ross did?
Yes.
And what did that show?
That showed that Mr. Nichols had a response to the head injury in that he had hemorrhage in his brain eventually. So on the initial imaging scan, he didn't have any visible injuries to the brain. But by the 10th, he did have hemorrhaging on one side of his brain and on the outside of the brain. So in reviewing the medical records and correlating those findings, I found that he had elevated blood pressures after he was admitted to the hospital, but after he had that first CT scan, indicating to me that the hemorrhages in the brain were part of a reaction, that those hemorrhages weren't from the assault itself, otherwise they would have, not directly, otherwise they would have been visible on the initial CT scan. They developed later, and they developed later because when there's trauma to the brain, there can be an adrenaline rush. The body reacts by pushing out adrenaline, and that can cause high blood pressures, which he did have. And those high blood pressures can cause bleeding in the brain.
What was Dr. Ross's conclusion as to the cause of death?
Blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you disagree with that or agree with that?
I agree with it.
Did you take a different path to get to your conclusion than Dr. Ross did?
Yes.
Explain that path.
Well, I looked at the medical records going forward. So as I described, I saw the CT scan, the initial CT scan, that didn't show any injuries to the brain. And that's why the second CT scan was performed, because the doctors couldn't figure out why Mr. Nichols was as sick as he was, and he was in shock. And the second CT scan showed that in the interim, between the January 7th CT scan and the January 10th CT scan, he had developed this hemorrhage, and also in that period he had elevated blood pressures.
Did that have something to do with well, how did the elevated blood pressure figure into that?
Well, the best estimate is that Mr. Nichols was without a properly functioning heart for 25 minutes or so before he got to the hospital. The brain is very dependent on the heart to provide it with blood and oxygen. When the brain doesn't get the blood and oxygen it needs, that causes not only damage to the brain, but to the blood vessels in the brain. And the blood vessels get damaged and weakened, And if you have a surge in blood pressure, those weakened blood vessels will leak blood.
And that was the result, that was what caused the hemorrhage?
Yes.
And how did the hemorrhage relate to the cause of death?
It relates to it because if Mr. Nichols had not sustained that head injury, he wouldn't have had that brain hemorrhage. So the cause of death is still blunt head trauma.
How would you describe the major difference between your path to that and Dr. Ross?
But it appears that Dr. Ross saw that there were hemorrhages in the brain and concluded that it was from blunt head trauma.
Now, are you familiar with the term rhabdomyolysis?
Yes.
And what is rhabdomyolysis?
Rhabdomyolysis is the destruction of muscle cells in a great quantity and suddenly. And with that destruction of muscle cells, protein gets released into the blood, and that protein damages the kidneys.
And did that figure into Mr. Nichols' diagnosis?
He was diagnosed on January 9th with rhabdomyolysis.
And did the objective findings from the medical records support that diagnosis?
Yes.
Dr. Ross indicated that the trauma to his arm could have been the source of the rhabdomyolysis.
He does say that. In the medical records, the rhabdomyolysis is described mostly as mild. And he was diagnosed with rhabdomyolysis on January 9th, but his kidneys were already damaged. By January 8th, Mr. Nichols was receiving dialysis for his damaged kidneys. So he came into the hospital with evidence of damaged kidneys. On January 9th, he had begun dialysis. On January 10th, he was diagnosed with rhabdomyolysis. And then I forgot one other piece of information. On January 7th, an analysis was performed of his urine, and the urine did not show any protein related to rhabdomyolysis in his urine. So the rhabdomyolysis developed later, subsequent to Mr. Nichols already having such severe kidney disease that he had to undergo dialysis.
And did the rhabdomyolysis have any effect on his cause of death?
No.
Assuming that Mr. Nichols received a kick to his arm at some point prior to going to the hospital, would that have had any effect on the cause of death?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. DeBlanc, you'd be up next.
Now next, I don't
Barry? No. State.
Dr. Turner, just to be clear for the jury, you've said a lot of very impressive words. The beating that Mr. Nichols took is what killed him.
The injury to the head, yes.
That's right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Called Robert Long. Robert Long?
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please ask that.
You state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Robert Long, RobertLong.
And Mr. Long, am I correct that you are here pursuant to subpoena?
Yes, sir.
And when were you employed on January 7, 2023?
Memphis Fire Department.
And what was your position with the fire department on that day?
Firefighter EMT.
And what engine were you riding on January 7, 2023?
Engine 55.
Did you on engine 55 respond to a call at Ross and Reynolds?
Yes. I apologize.
I'm going to play a portion of a clip from a video that will be marked into evidence. And I am going to stop it at one point and ask if you recognize yourself. This is Preston Hempel's body-worn cam paused at 20:37:25. Do you recognize yourself in that clip?
Yes, sir, I do. I have the Memphis Fire pullover on with the radio strap on.
And that's pretty much the center of the screen.
Yes, sir.
And that is you responding as an EMT to a call at the intersection of Ross and Reynolds, January 7, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your left on the screen there, can you identify that person? Stopped at a bad spot. Should I try again?
No, sir. That's on the far left side of the screen, halfway cut off. That's advanced EMT, Michael Sandridge.
And he responded with you that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was the person you were called out to treat at Ross and Reynolds at that time?
Yes, sir. That was we were called out for Officer Hemphill.
Okay. And did you learn that there was somebody else that needed to be treated?
Yes, sir. On that scene.
Okay. You learned that somebody else needed to be treated while you were at that scene at Ross and Reynolds, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was the person that needed to be treated was a suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was he at Ross and Reynolds?
No, sir.
Where was he?
We were told later in the video, or if it was played on, that he was at a different location of a Castlegate lane.
Okay. And did Engine 55 go to that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got there, was Castlegate lane blocked by several police cars, parked police cars?
Yes, sir.
Where did Engine 55 park?
We parked at the intersection of Castlegate and Ross, about a block away.
Okay. And what did you do next?
My advanced EMT informed me to grab our blue bag, and we dismounted from the engine, and we moved up to I think it was Castlegate and Bear Creek, that intersection that he was at. So we dismounted and took our equipment out there.
What equipment did you take? You just mentioned a blue bag.
My advanced EMT partner grabbed the cardiac monitor, which is a heart monitor that's above me. I'm not too sure on specifics of it. And then I grabbed the blue bag, which is our bandaging equipment and some medications that are in there.
Is the trauma treatment equipment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could play another portion of a video from Desmond Mills's body-worn camera. I'll stop it and ask you to identify yourself if you can. Can you identify this Officer Mills's body-worn camera is stopped at 20:50:07. Can you identify yourself?
Yes, sir. I'm just a little bit offset from center. I am looking down, standing next to the patrol car.
Okay, and although not visible from this clip, the suspect that you're there to treat was seated up against that police car, correct?
Yes, sir. Our patient was.
Patient. And who is to the left of you with the yellow shoulder patch in this and cap?
That is my advanced EMT partner.
And his name?
His name is Michael Sandridge.
Okay. Now, are you employed by the Memphis Fire Department today?
No, sir.
When were you charged?
January 30th, 2023.
And to your knowledge, was it related to your conduct on January 7th, 2023 at work?
Yes, sir.
Now, on January 7th, 2023, when you got to Castlegate and Bear Creek, you observed a person later known to you as Tyre Nichols, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you spoke to him.
Yes, sir.
What did he tell you?
He told me his name and his age.
How was he sitting?
He was sitting upright against the patrol vehicle.
Sitting in a normal seated position?
A little bit canted off to the right.
Okay. What did his head and face look like?
He had a bump on his head, and then he had dried blood under his nose, and then he had a busted lip.
Was there any active bleeding about the face?
No, sir.
What else did he tell you as you spoke with him?
I asked him if he had consumed any alcohol. He admitted to having alcohol, and then I asked him if he had taken any drugs. He did not confirm nor deny that he had drugs.
How did his speech appear?
It was a little slurred, but it was, I took that as consistent with being under the influence of alcohol.
How did his breathing appear?
A little rapid. He was still breathing fine. He still had an open airway, but it was a little rapid. So I'm assuming he just got done running before he was placed in that position.
Was he alert?
Yes, sir.
I was about oriented.
Yes, sir.
What did he request of you?
To stand him up and uncuff him.
What was his pulse like?
I didn't get a physical pulse on him.
Could you tell by whether he had a good pulse or not based upon your interaction with him?
Yes, sir. Just by his movements, I could tell that he had a good pulse. He was able to move all of his limbs on his own, so that tells me that he has a good pulse.
Did you learn how he obtained the facial and head injuries that you just described?
I was told that he ran and that from the police officers, and that when they got to assume that he was tackled, just consistent with the injuries that I noticed, because they had to stop him from running from him.
What about any pepper spray?
I did hear from when we were at the scene at Ross and Rains, Officer Hemphill said that there was pepper spray that was used on that scene. That's what inclined me to think that pepper spray was probably used on him.
Do you smell any pepper spray there, Bear Creek, Chattanooga?
No, sir, I didn't. Yes, sir, I did.
And how would you describe his pupils?
His pupils were pinpoint.
And what did the pinpoint pupils indicate to you and cause you to do?
They indicated to me that he was under the influence of some sort of drug, and so it caused me to call for an ambulance.
Why call for an ambulance since you're an EMT?
To get a higher level of care to the scene, such as a paramedic.
Did that occur?
Yes, sir.
Who was the paramedic that arrived with the ambulance?
Yes, sir. That was paramedic Jesse Guy.
Paramedic has more training than an EMT?
Yes, sir.
Who else arrived with the ambulance?
His partner, the EMT, Jalen Jones.
Did Mr. Nichols' condition change from alert and oriented while you were there with him?
Yes, sir.
How did it change?
He went from alert to sorry, trying to get my words together here. He went from alert to responsive to painful stimuli.
Okay, and for those of us who have no medical training, started with your question, what does responsive to pain mean?
So what we'll do as an EMT is if we notice that a status has changed, we will administer a sternal rub. And so it's just taking the knuckle of your fist and just rubbing on their chest to start painful stimuli. And that usually causes like either a muscle jerk, and that tells it that they're responsive to pain. If they didn't react at all, then it's unresponsive.
Okay, so upon arrival, he's alert and oriented, correct?
Yes, sir.
Stays that way for several minutes?
Yes, sir.
And he's that way when you call for the ambulance?
Alert?
Alert and oriented?
Yes, sir.
Ambulance call was because of the pinpoint pupils?
Yes, sir.
Describe the time frame between his status changing to responsive to pain and the arrival of paramedic Guy in the ambulance.
I'm not exact on how long it took. I think it was maybe when I did my sternal rub, maybe around 30 seconds to 45 seconds, because they were coming up as I was doing my sternal rub.
So the change in status to responsive to pain is within seconds of paramedic arrival. Is that 30 to 45 seconds is your best guess here 2 years later?
Yes, sir, if I had to estimate.
Upon arrival, did paramedic Guy take over the medical care?
Yes, sir.
And At that time, did you go get the oxygen bag?
Yes, sir.
The oxygen bag was back at the engine on Ross Lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
Until then, Mr. Nichols had not been administered oxygen, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, Mr. Nichols leaves Castlegate and Bear Creek in the ambulance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who drove the ambulance?
I drove the ambulance, sir.
And where did you drive it?
I took it to St. Francis Park, off of 5959 Park Avenue, under the guidance of the paramedic.
St. Francis Hospital here in Memphis, Tennessee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was seated in the passenger seat during that drive?
A police officer was in the passenger seat. I didn't catch a name.
Do you recall if he was a big, heavy-set guy?
He was a little bit on the more built side. He did have a beard, and he had a beanie on.
Do you recall whether he had any hair?
He had facial hair, but he had a beanie on over his head. It had MPD on it.
Do you know if that was Officer Mills?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know the names of the officers.
Who was in the back of the ambulance with Mr. Nichols?
It was paramedic Jesse Guy. It was advanced EMT Jermichael Sandridge and EMT Jalen Jones.
What did you learn about Mr. Nichols' condition when you arrived at St. Francis Hospital?
When I arrived and started to unload Mr. Nichols out of the back of the ambulance, when I opened the doors, I noticed that the Lucas device, which is it does the compressions and CPR, was attached to him, and so that told me that he went into cardiac arrest.
Have you been aware he was in cardiac arrest prior to, well, when you left the scene at Bear Creek and Castlegate? Was, to your knowledge, was Mr. Nichols in cardiac arrest when he was put in the ambulance at Castlegate and Bear Creek?
No, sir.
What did you do upon arrival at St. Francis Hospital?
I parked the ambulance at the ambulance bay, got out, and opened the back doors to start unloading Mr. Nichols. Was out of the back of the ambulance, and then wheeled him inside with my paramedic, my advanced EMT, and the EMT. I believe the officer went inside with us, but I'm not too sure. I was just focused on bringing the patient inside. And we brought him inside through the double doors, and then wheeled him into one of the trauma rooms.
Transfer of care to the personnel?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have a moment, Your Honor. Sir. I pass the witness, Your Honor. Just
presume I heard some Justin Smith. Justin, could you stand up a minute? Does the man look familiar to you?
No, sir.
Was there a police officer on the scene that night that carried on more than one or two or three conversations with you regarding the oxygen level of Tyre Nichols while you were supposedly there giving the treatment?
Yes, not that I recall. I remember he was somebody saying something while I was looking for the ambulance crew, but as far as like multiple times, not that I recall.
Do you remember a Memphis police officer saying, "Hey, do you have one of those baggy things you can put on his face"? You remember that?
No, sir.
I'm going to go to the Mills body camera, starting at 20:50:05. If you could, sir, do you see yourself in that image?
Yes, sir, I do.
My body is at 100%. Video, there's no audio. And mine's not on mute, so 100%. I don't know what else I can do, Judge. Well, I'd like to play it off mine. We should be able to play it off this laptop on connector, right, Judge?
And John, we got 3 different computers. Yeah, and I had the ability to make sound. There's something going on that like maybe somebody. This out with the court itself.
It's not a system of court. Your computer just casting. I don't want to use the name. I'm
gonna disconnect that.
I don't know.
We're connected because the video's coming up. It's the audio sound. There's something that is disconnected. That somehow stopping the sound because it did on this one, did on his, and it did on this one. Now.
What I'm saying is, maybe it's switch your audio key on your laptop, and then the other switch the speakers on the key.
I understand that, John. This is, I think, the third time I've operated video and I had audio.
We have an expert that is just great for the president.
Graciously.
Now we try to do attention. We're trying to navigate all that. try to save the court's time, and I'll ask questions while we're doing it. Is that okay? Okay, we'll do it that.
seem to have resolved our audio technical difficulties, so we're going to keep our fingers crossed and not touch too many things and see if we can keep it going. And we'll go ahead and just
All right. When we left off, I asked you if you recognize that fellow, if anybody or an MPD officer had said anything to you about oxygen levels. In other words, Tyre Nichols, his O2 levels look low. His O2 is getting lower. You recall conversations like that?
I recall one of them saying that does he look all right? As far as like O2, asking about O2 levels, I don't recall hearing anything about that.
All right. Let's see if we back into it enough. You, on direct examination, at least the way I took your answer, was that you were called out on this dispatch to treat Mr. Hemphill for pepper spray. Did I misunderstand your answer about what the purpose of your arriving at Rains and Ross Road was?
No, sir.
I didn't misunderstand what you said.
No, sir.
When the dispatch to your fire station came in, tell me if I'm wrong, they didn't tell you who your patient was. They just said you had a chemical spray incident at Rains and Ross Road. Is that right?
No, sir. When it came over the loudspeaker, it says assault, and then it tells us the location of what equipment is going. So in this case, it was assault, and then it was the intersection of Rains and Ross Road, and our engine company that was responding. And then on the inside of the cab, we have a mobile data transmitter, which is our computer that's inside the piece of equipment. Dispatch can put notes in that dispatch log, and in the log it said police officer sprayed by pepper spray.
Okay, and that is the Memphis Fire Department dispatch log that you're talking about.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Not Memphis Police Department.
No, sir.
So if Memphis Police Department said something different to the Memphis Fire Department, and Memphis Fire Department didn't say something different to your in-cab camera, you don't have anything to do with that, you don't know how that could have happened, right?
No, sir.
Okay. That's why when you came walking up to Hemphill at the scene, Hemphill said, yeah, I have some spray, but you're here for the suspect, he's down there. He told you what you're there at, right?
He told us that there was, at another location, that there was an incident that took place. That there's another suspect over there, for us it's patient.
But you called him another patient?
That they told us that he told us that there's another patient down the street from us, but we were originally dispatched to Ross Road in Rains.
You keep using the word another patient, so are you being led to believe by someone that there were two patients, one cop, one suspect, or two incidents, or what were you being led to believe, and by whom?
It was two separate incidents. When the first incident we were dispatched to was Ross Road in Rains. That was the incident we were initially dispatched. We didn't find out about a second incident until after our interaction with Officer Hemphill.
And did Hemphill also tell you that the suspect had been tased?
He said that the tasers were deployed and the OC spray was used.
And did he say that they had been fighting with the suspect? I think he used the word fighting with the suspect.
To my knowledge, he said that they were in altercation with him. As far as like currently, I didn't know like if they were still having an altercation down the street or just at that scene.
Yeah, but I'm only talking about Hemphill because Hemphill's not at the other scene. Did Hemphill tell you that the suspect or someone, a patient, had been tased, had been sprayed, and had been in an altercation with the cops? Did Hemphill tell you or lead you to believe those things?
Led me to believe that taser was used, OC spray was used, and that the suspect took off.
Okay. Now, you then went down to Bear Creek and Castlegate, and I'm going to be playing for you a body-worn camera of Officer Mills that I have coordinated with the District Attorney's Office starting at 2050:03. If you could, 1, cross your fingers, 2, watch the video. time this is going on, about how long have you been standing around, in your best estimate? You've been standing around there with the patient. Is the patient at your feet, just out of view, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
About how long have you been standing there?
If I had to guess, maybe 3 minutes.
Okay, fair enough. Now, got you on the left, and I would offer to you, see the black fella with the hoodie on and a baseball cap, and he's got white bottom tennis shoes. You see that fellow that's handing you something?
Yes, sir.
I would offer to you, and I think there's no dispute, that is Justin Smith, who I introduced you to earlier. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where is Mr. Tyre Nichols at this point in your treatment?
After...
At this point, where is he?
He's still sitting next to the patrol car.
Okay. And you've told me that Hemphill told you there was a taser used and OC spray used. And then you've told us that you got off your fire truck and you grabbed your trauma bag. Isn't it Memphis Fire Department policy to not only get the trauma bag for someone who has trauma, bleeding, injury, and also get your what's called a green bag, which is a small oxygen canister? Isn't that the procedure and policy of the Memphis Fire Department when you get off your truck?
Yes, sir, but it's under the guidance of the highest level of care.
So it's somebody else's fault. You didn't get the green bag?
I was just instructed by my highest level of care to bring the blue bag.
You're an EMT, right?
Yes, sir.
Emergency medical technician. At this point in your treatment, or treatment under the care of your senior person, has it crossed your mind at this point in the treatment that this patient may need oxygen?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hit play at 205021. Are you and the other fellow, the senior fellow, are y'all providing any medical care right now?
Just observe, just overwatch it and make sure that he doesn't harm himself.
Have you or the other EMT, have y'all laid hands on the patient yet?
Yes, sir, we have.
You have?
Yes, sir.
Okay, mark that time. 8:50 p.m., you are testifying that you have laid hands and begun treatment on the patient, but now you're just observing. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
Is that Mr. Nichols' feet flopping around? Do you need to get up?
I can see, sir. Yes, sir.
Are those Mr. Nichols' feet flopping around?
Yes, sir.
Are you even looking at the patient right now?
Just then I was. But I hear the sirens of the unit approaching.
Well, you volunteered. I didn't ask anything. Since you did volunteer, I need to ask you. So, because you hear sirens coming from some direction, you're going to not treat anymore?
No, sir.
Okay. I didn't know what you meant by volunteering that. But you're saying you hear the ambulance coming. Is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See the man in white finish you?
Yes, sir.
Right here, what are you looking for?
His wallet, so police can have his ID.
All right, thank you. What did you just ask the senators for?
I don't recall. I wasn't able to hear it in the video.
Has an O2, you on an O2 monitor is?
Yes, sir.
Measures oxygen rate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Has an O2 monitor been placed on the patient as of right now?
No, sir.
Has a blood pressure cuff or any type of monitoring equipment at all been placed on the patient at this point?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't say it, Mr. Spiegel. I'm starting back up to 205209. Which one of y'all are observing Tyre right now?
Off screen, but I'm facing towards him.
Oh, he's got to see. Is that Nichols' feet flopping around and he's rolled over on his left side?
Yes, sir.
Did you say earlier that you heard the ambulance siren? Where'd he go?
We could hear it from a long distance away. It wasn't close enough, but we could hear it coming.
Is that Mr. Nichols lifting and trying to lift himself back up?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you meant when you put in your report that he was alert and oriented?
I didn't fill the report out, sir.
Somebody else.
As far as like the EPCR, no, sir, I didn't fill that out. But my grand jury, yes, sir. This is prior to the assessment for alert and oriented was prior to this.
I have your signs now, you.
Yes, sir, they're a little bit closer at this point.
Yeah. Is that Mr. Nichols now rolled over on his left side?
Yes, sir.
Now he's on his back?
Yes, sir.
Rolling on his right side?
Yes, sir.
And where are you?
I'm still standing off screen looking at him.
Well, I'm not a doctor or anything. How's that man supposed to be able to breathe if he's laying flat on his back or rolling around on concrete?
He can still breathe with his airway if he has his neck up. He can still breathe. It's not obstructing his airway.
You did check his airway?
He's able to move around on his own, and he's able to move air.
Is it your position because he's moving, he must be breathing?
Tells me he's got good pulse and to be able to move on his own. It'd be able to. I'm just an EMT. I'm just very basic of it.
I don't even know. 2054 Oak Forest, Oak Ridge. Now you hear sirens?
Yes, sir, more clearly. They're closer to the scene.
You know, when you first told us you heard sirens, did you happen to know what time it was?
No, sir, I didn't.
It was 20:51, 3 minutes ago.
Yes,
Where's
sir.
this ambulance coming from?
I don't know where they're coming from because the ambulances go all over the city.
What did somebody just ask you?
Is he all right?
You don't recognize voices, so I'm not going to ask you. Was it a cop or a fire department man that said that?
It wasn't either one of our voices, so it was a police officer.
Same voice said what?
I didn't catch it.
I'll replay it. At 2054, 53, a voice that you said is not a fire department person said, "He all right?" You heard that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you recall someone asking you there that night with your own independent memory.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hit play, and that same voice asked a follow-up question. If you could please listen. Did you hear that?
It was very quiet. I still didn't catch it.
Did it sound like, you sure? You sure? You sure?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you recall that of your own independent recollection that night? Where somebody says, "Is he all right?"
I remember that, yes, sir.
And did you answer that question when that cop asked you that question?
No, sir. I believe I started moving towards the patient and started doing my sternal rub.
But you didn't answer the question of the cop.
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
Before we go any further, what's your understanding of who is responsible for medical care once you arrive on an active scene in the city of Memphis working for the Memphis Fire Department? Who's in charge of medical care of whatever patient, whatever suspect, whatever heart attack victim? When you arrive at a crime scene or a police-involved scene, who is in charge of the medical treatment there on that scene?
The highest level of care. In this case, it was the advanced EMT. And the highest level of care assumes the primary care of each and every patient on every scene, regardless of what the scene is.
And you were not number one guy, you were what, number two guy?
Yes, sir.
And what is the number two guy's role?
The EMT's role, as far as assisting the higher level of care, is considered the gopher. So and what I mean by that is that if the advanced EMT needs something brought to the scene that wasn't initially brought to the scene, the advanced EMT advises the EMT to go grab that said piece of equipment while he can maintain patient care.
Okay, thank you for that. And the senior EMT, I think you call him, if you're wrong, that was the black fellow named Sanders, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were the number two man, or as you say, the gopher, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So if Tyre Nichols was getting no care, no basic life support care, you're telling us and the jury that it's Sanders' responsibility, not yours. Is that what you're telling us?
That, as far as I don't assume primary care, even if he doesn't completely terminate care. And he would have to relay that to his partner. If he doesn't give me any signs, I wouldn't know.
Isn't Tyre Nichols giving you and Sanders the signs that he is struggling there at the scene? Or are you just going to sit there and say, well, I'm going to wait till Sanders tells me to do something? Is that what your position was that night?
No, sir.
Well, then what was it? You're an EMT hired by the Memphis Fire Department to provide medical care and a secondary gopher level or whatever to victims in Memphis. Who was taking care of Tyre Nichols while he was laying on the ground?
It was the advanced EMT. He was
advanced EMT. All right. I'll move on here. That's the advanced EMT with his hands in his pocket?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that bag the advanced EMT is moving?
That would be the cardiac monitor.
So the cardiac monitor has not been unboxed or unpackaged as of this time?
It was unpackaged and he repackaged it back up earlier in the video.
Okay. Moving on at 20:55:10. So he sets the bag down. I'm sure somebody here will be interested. Was that a cop or a fireman that asked, do you have an ETA on your unit?
That was a police officer that asked.
We're now 20:55, and I still don't see an ambulance. Do you?
They just pulled up on the scene. They just arrived on scene, but they haven't made it up to the scene yet.
Wow. Did you hear somebody say standing up, sitting on his butt?
He was already sitting up. I had the other officer help me lift him up, and then I continued to administer sternal rubs.
We're about to get to the officer setting him up, but as it stands right now, Tyre Nichols is not sitting up in a recovery position, is he? He's laying flat on the concrete.
Not that I recall. It's hard to see from this angle of it.
Well, you did see him flopping around on the concrete on his side and on his back and on the left. You did see that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And are you trying to say that Mr. Nichols was able to put himself back up against the car?
No, sir.
Okay. So if Mr. Nichols gets put in a medical recovery position, Mr. Nichols is not going to be able to do it himself, can he?
No, sir.
And so you just heard a voice, and I'm asking you, was it a cop or was it a fireman that said, get him on his butt? Who was that? Was it a cop or a fireman?
That was a police officer.
Why is a police officer telling you to put your patient in a recovery position?
My advanced EMT stepped off, and I was going to maneuver to the other side and get an officer to help me lift him up.
All right, let's watch that. Is that same officer with the baseball hat on?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then there's another police officer there helping him, is that right?
On the other side of him, sir?
I'll remind you. Give me a second. I'm at 20:55, 29.
Yes, sir.
Now the sternal rub occurs, right?
No, sir. Prior to lifting him up, I did another sternal rub. That's where I was saying, hey, man, prior to us moving, I did a sternal rub there. He responded to pain. And then even here, he responded to pain.
Where's the advanced EMT that you report to at this point? Right now.
I don't know where he went off to.
All right, not a doctor, but if you do a sternal rub on somebody for 15 seconds, is that because the person is gone, what otherwise might be referred to as non-responsive?
I did it multiple times, and then he responded to the, I believe, the third initial time that I did the sternal rub, he responded to pain.
Okay, you must have missed my point. Do you do sternal rubs on people that are responsive and breathing and healthy?
No, sir.
You do sternal rubs on someone who's non-responsive or unconscious to see if that will stimulate pain so they'll jerk around, right?
Yes, sir.
So, you've now told us you've done 2 or 3 sternal rubs on this guy. I'm asking you, that was because Mr. Nichols was unresponsive and looked unconscious, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, has it crossed your mind to put this man on oxygen?
Yes, sir. Now, at this point, it did. Yes, sir.
But where's your oxygen bag?
On a piece of equipment.
What, a block up the road?
Yes, sir.
Moving on at 20:56:25. you
sir.
say Mr. Nichols speak to him? That's
Yes,
forced
sir.
on road, isn't
Yes, sir.
it? I don't see anybody going to get an oxygen bag.
My advanced EMT haven't returned back to me yet at this point.
Earlier when I asked you where he went, you said you didn't know where he went. So are you trying to tell us now that you figured out that he must have gone back for the oxygen bag?
No, sir. That's just, he hasn't came back to where we were. At this point, I still don't know where he's at.
All right. Getting played again at 205644. Did you hear that black officer with a baseball hat just told you? Did you hear what he just told you?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
What is his oxygen?
I'll play it again for you so you can try. Go ahead. Did he say his oxygen is low?
Still hard for me to hear.
Do you have any independent recollection that night that black officer with a baseball hat on said something about his oxygen level being low? Because when I first started asking these questions, you said you don't remember any cop saying anything to you about oxygen. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Is that advanced EMT Sanders that I see moving around behind the black cop?
Yes, sir.
So he's come back?
Yes, sir.
Did he bring the ring back with him?
No, sir.
So when you saw that he didn't bring the oxygen bag back with him, did you run to
Yes.
go get the oxygen bag?
Yes, sir, I did.
Hold that thought. You heard that black cop just said? He said he's got low oxygen. Did you hear that?
I heard it, yes, sir.
Oh. So that's at least 3 times I've heard the same officer with a black baseball hat on say something about low oxygen. To you.
I was getting two bags at this point. I ran into the paramedic.
Do you think you're on the oxygen bag?
Yes, sir. I know at one point I did.
Let's see if this refreshes your recollection. When the ambulance arrived, the man in charge, I think his name was Guy, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
The head paramedic on that vehicle told you to go get the stretcher, didn't
Yes, sir.
You've testified that when you went to go get the stretcher, you took the green bag, the oxygen bag, for the first time off and put it on the stretcher. Do you recall testifying to that?
I put it on the ground.
I'm sorry. Beg your forgiveness. You put it on the ground. And when you went to roll the stretcher away, you said that your Lieutenant Whitaker, for some reason, had taken the oxygen bag and put it back on the truck. Do you recall testifying that way?
Yes, sir.
So even after the ambulance got there, even after you went to get the green bag and instead came back with a stretcher, you still didn't come back with a green bag, did you?
The back of the structure has an O2 bottle and nasal cannulas and non-rebreathers on the back of them.
All right. Judge, I'm going to go through this portion of the video because this is the business now. All right, let me go to Mr. Beans's. Were y'all able to find it home? That's okay. Now, hold on. May I speak with co-counsel my client for a moment ago? Sorry. Okay. Y'all like to use it. So we can I'm through.
said that you remember riding to the St. Francis Hospital,
Yes, sir.
and you said you remember a gentleman with a MPD, I think you call him Bean, a hat,
Yes, sir.
and if Tadarrius Bean stand up, do you remember seeing a face that had been in the passenger seat of that ambulance?
Yes, sir. He looks familiar.
Does that look familiar? He looks
Yes, sir.
familiar.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't know him by name or anything that night?
No, sir.
But if I attended to you that that was the person in that vehicle, would you disagree with that?
No, sir.
It looks like it.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember him at any point doing anything to obstruct the ability to administer care to Mr. Nichols, who had been in the back of the ambulance?
No, sir. Not that I recall. No,
He
sir.
didn't-
Not well. He was in the front of the ambulance, so no, sir.
Right. And when you would have seen him at the hospital, was he in the way?
No, sir.
And when you were on that scene, did he actually try to do anything to obstruct you from the care that you were trying to administer at that time?
No, sir. The first time I saw him was actually in the unit.
Right.
We call ambulances units, so I'm sorry, I'm going to use that synonymous.
And so on the scene, did you ask him any questions about the condition of Mr. Nichols?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall asking him anything about what would have happened on the scene prior to you arriving?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
Now, you would have been a level of care higher than Tadarrius Bean as it related to health care, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had actually had training in the military, correct?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, a few weeks before January 7, 2023, you just got back from Djibouti, Africa, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have actually seen people injured, correct?
No, sir.
You've never seen anybody injured?
Prior to Memphis fire? Or,
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right. And prior to the experience on that night, in other words, you've seen injuries before.
Yes, sir.
And you've asked people about what happened to this person on this particular scene at different occasions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that particular evening, and I know in a few minutes you might be asked questions about what was said to you one way or the other. If you had questions about this person who you observed, according to what you testified to earlier, you did see blood, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did see contusion to the head, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did see the person laid up against a vehicle and moving around, right?
Yes, sir.
You asked questions of the person that you had a conversation with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that particular scene, there was nothing that you asked any of the officers regarding what happened on that scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't ask about what happened as it relates to how did this person get in this condition? What was he doing? Was he trying to run from you? Any of those type of questions, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your questions and what you did were based on your experience, right?
Yes, sir.
And according to your testimony, and I think your grand jury testimony as well, the higher or ranking level of care on that scene that particular evening was Mr. Sandridge, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sandridge, did you hear him asking any of those type of questions that I just asked you if you asked?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
You didn't hear him asking anything about what happened on that scene, how did he get in a particular condition, nothing like that, right?
No, sir.
Now, when you gave grand jury testimony, you're in the room with people that are only from the government, right?
That's my assumption. I don't know personnel.
You see any of us in the room with you?
No, sir.
We weren't asking you questions like right now, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been asked questions over the grand jury and in that building a few different times, right?
Yes, sir.
But as it relates to what happened on that particular scene, on that particular night, none of these officers did anything to obstruct your ability to do your job. Yes or no? Did they obstruct you?
As far as like knowing like which officers were where, no, sir. Not that I know there was officers like constantly throughout the scene, but as far as like knowing who they were, I don't know.
Let me ask you this way. Tadarrius Bean, did he stop you from your ability to render care?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
He didn't leave your bag in the truck or anything like that, right?
No, sir.
And he didn't stop you from your ability to go get your bag or do whatever you needed to do as you were asked questions by Mr. Zillock regarding going back and forth to the truck that you were there on, or the engine that you were there on. He didn't obstruct you,
no,
right?
Sir.
And you got there because police officers told you all where to go, correct?
Yes, sir.
And once you got there, nobody did anything to stop you from doing your job. They had MPD on their badge, on their chest.
Not that, as far as like these officers go, not to my knowledge, as far as these officers.
And what was that? One more time before I sit down. Tadarrius Bean, he didn't stop you, and you recognize him from riding to the hospital in the same vehicle with Mr. Tadarrius Bean, right?
Yes, sir.
This scene that you responded to is a lot different than other scenes you've been on, right?
Very different, yes, sir.
Tell me what you mean by that.
This is the most chaotic scene that I've ever responded to, and this is my first day back prior, and I've only had a year on the street prior. Isn't that as far as like I've interacted with MPD before, and it was just not. It just felt different as far as being on that scene.
The way the officers were acting?
A little bit, yes, sir.
About the way they were treating you?
As far as like pepper spray, taser, the information that was given, that's all the information I had.
All you were told was pepper spray, taser, and you ran from the police, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, how many of the police officers, including Mr. Bean, ever told you that he had received an impact to their head?
None.
None.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
How many told you that, in fact, he had been kicked really, really hard?
Not to my knowledge, sir, no, sir.
Or that he'd been kicked again in the head?
I wasn't given that information.
Or he'd been hit with 5 haymakers to the head?
I wasn't given that information.
Or that he had been hit twice while he was down after all that?
That wasn't given to me.
You were given information that he looked high or he was acting high, right?
Yes, sir.
Like drugs?
Yes, sir.
And that information did influence the care that you gave him?
Yes, sir.
If you had been told that he had received devastating head blows, would that have impacted the care you gave him?
Yes, sir.
But you weren't given that information?
No, sir, I was not.
But you did give him some care, right?
Yes, sir.
One of the things you had talked about was you looked at his eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see about his eyes?
That they were pinpoint.
And is it true that pinpoint pupils could correlate to drug use like BFMG?
Yes, sir.
Is it true they could also correlate with significant neurological brain damage, like the shifting of brain tissue?
Yes, sir.
Well, object, Your Honor. He's not qualified. He's not a medical doctor. He testified as to based on
we can approach.
his testimony was that it was indicative of being high. He didn't give a conclusory answer to that regarding whether or not he had been. He said that's what the indicia was. Now he's asking him about neurological shifting of the brain, etc. He's not qualified to do that. He's not even qualified, according to him, to get a bag off the truck without somebody telling him. So he definitely can't answer this question about neurological deficits.
Yes, my question was not about neurological deficits. My question was about pinpoint pupils and whether that could be a sign of neurological damage. Counsel asked if pinpoint pupils could be a sign of drug use. He's qualified to answer that and answer that. Now he's been asked if pinpoint pupils can indicate neurological brain damage. He's qualified to answer that, he answered.
If the witness knows the answer, the court will allow him to answer the question.
Yes, sir.
If you had been told about impacts to the head, there's medical stuff you could have done, right?
Like for impacts to the head, as far as like internal injuries, no, sir.
Not asking if you could perform surgery. Are there things you could have done out there different had you known there were significant impacts to his head?
Yes, sir.
For instance?
C-collar, C-spine.
And what's a C-collar?
It's a neck brace that holds your cervical vertebrae, which is the upper vertebrae in your spine. It holds it in place to keep you from moving your neck and further injuring yourself.
And is that important when you have neurological damage to the head?
Yes, sir.
patient unhandcuffed?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was the patient unhandcuffed?
No, sir.
Do you remember who you asked about unhandcuffing the patient?
I remember asking one of the police officers. I don't have a name to be able to.
So to be fair, you do not know who all these police officers are?
No, sir.
But did you ask the police officers to unhandcuff the patient?
Yes, sir.
Was that granted or denied?
It was denied.
Did that hinder your ability to do what you're doing?
Yes, sir.
That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Vaughn, when you were at Castlegate and Bear Creek, January 7th, 2023, did you know about any punches to the head?
No, sir.
Did you know about any kicks anywhere on the body?
No, sir.
Did you know about the use of an baton?
No, sir.
Had you been there and seen that?
Like, I'm sorry. Where are you at? Like, if I was arrived earlier to the scene.
You didn't see any kicks to Mr. Nichols, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't see the use of an baton on Mr. Nichols, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't see any punches to Mr. Nichols, correct?
No, sir.
So if you weren't there, it's because you weren't there when that occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you're not there, you have to be told, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you weren't there when punches were thrown, you can't tell an EMT about it, correct?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
If Demetrius Haley was not present to observe punches, he couldn't tell you about it, correct?
All right, that requires speculation. This is projections or speculation.
I'll withdraw the question. But Haley, would you stand up for me? Do you recall seeing Officer Haley at Castlegate and Bear Creek?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know names, or at that time I didn't know names or
The
who they looked
gentleman
like.
who's just standing. Stand up again, Mr. Haley. Do you recognize the gentleman standing as having been at Castlegate and Bear Creek that night?
I don't know who police officers were there. As far as like the names of the police officers that were there, like I can see them here now, but as far as like being able to, I can give you a description of them, but as far as like seeing them, I couldn't tell you if I saw them or not, if I recall seeing them there or not.
Okay. So the gentleman who was just standing that I've referenced right now is Demetrius Haley. Do you recall him being at Castlegate and Bear Creek January 7th, 2023?
No, sir, I don't recall.
And you were previously you were asked by Mr. Hagerman questions about if you had known about punches or kicks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what you would have done differently was put the C collar on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else.
I would have done a lot more differently. As far as like my care, like probably try cutting his clothes off, trying to get him to where he's, we call it trauma naked. So cutting his clothes off down to his undergarments, and then to where we can expose the body to be able to see any physical damage.
And you would have done that if you had known about kicks or punches, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you have done it if advanced EMT Sanders had not told you to do it?
sorry. As in, like, if he told me not to do it, or told me
No,
to do it?
if he had not instructed you to do that, would you still have done
If I found out that information, I still would have done it.
it? So that's unlike when Mr. Zumak was asking you questions about your care, and you said that's up to Advanced EMT Sandridge. He was in charge of the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
One reason you didn't go get an oxygen bag back in the truck a block away for so long is because Advanced EMT Sanders had not told you to do it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was in charge of the scene.
Yes, sir.
But if you know about kicks or punches, then you'd have been in charge of putting clothes on.
Well, I wouldn't have been in charge of it, but if he knew the information as well, then our care would have been different from just thinking it's an overdose.
Do you recall testifying under oath before a federal grand jury?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall being asked whether any officer on the scene told you that Mr. Nichols had been punched? And you said no to the prosecutor?
Yes, sir. I said no.
You were being questioned by a female prosecutor, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your answer was actually no, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I said no, ma'am.
And then you were asked whether any officer on the scene told you that Nichols had been kicked. And you said no, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then you were asked whether any officer told you that Mr. Nichols had been struck with an axe baton. And again, no, ma'am. Correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then, if anybody had given you that information, how would it have affected your care? You were asked, right?
Yes, sir.
Your answer, with my scope, I would have been able to tell to be able to do, that would make it a little more sense with the injuries, because we were trying, the entire time we were trying to figure out how he ended up this way. He was still fine and talking to us the entire time, but that would have definitely changed how he would have approached the scene and would have been a little more assertive with the police on they needed to take the cuffs off of him. So you were not assertive in trying to get the cuffs off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the cuffs were taken off when paramedic got out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were asked, were there any other ways that it would have changed the care you provided? Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes, sir.
And your answer, with what I can do, probably would have put a C-collar on him if I knew that information. Other than that everything else would have gone outside of my scope, and I can't do that. Is that your answer?
Yes, sir. At the time, that was my answer.
Okay. And do you recall the date of your grand jury testimony as March 7th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
So it was about 2 months after this incident, January 7th, 2023, out on Castle and Bear Creek, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never said you would do anything different other than put the C-collar on, correct?
In the grand jury, yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked, what else would you have done? You agree, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never mentioned cutting off clothes, correct?
No, sir.
You never mentioned examining the body, correct?
No, sir, I'm not.
That was not done, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Advanced EMT Sandridge never instructed you to do anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that night, you took no initiative that Sandridge didn't instruct you to, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
if I don't have a moment.
That's the witness. I'm going to have to take a moment, Your Honor, based upon answer that was given. I'm going to have to get into Bean's body worn camera, Bean body worn camera number 2 at 20:57:41.